brought to our rural communities. To our volunteers, congratulations. So this morning, my name is Betty Mutua, and I'm your MC. I'm the one running the things in the room. And before we start, it's good to know who you're seated to. You might be seated next to the CS. My dear volunteers, please make sure you're seated to someone. You never know. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of a great lady in this room, our guest of honor, Madam Patricia Makau. She is the project implementation manager. Please. I'll call upon Mr. Samuel Matiru to open with a prayer.
Good morning. Good morning again. Yes, watu huko nyuma habari zenyu? Huko nyuma habari zenyu? Hapa katikati habari zenyu? Yes, so it's good for us to start with the word of prayer. So I would like each one of us to stand up and then let's bow our head for word of prayer, please. So let us pray in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, Lord, we thank you so much for this wonderful day. We thank you so much also for the gift of life, Father, Lord. It's a very great day for us, Father, Lord, as CorpsAfrica, Father, Lord. Even as the volunteers now transit from volunteers to the alumni, Father, Lord, I beg you, Father, Lord, to help them, give them strength, give them grace to transit very well, Father, Lord. Even for the day, have the day be successful, Father, Lord. Whatever we do today, Father, Lord, as we do also the close of service ceremony, Father, Lord, help the ceremony be an amazing ceremony, Father, Lord. Protect each one of us, Father, Lord. All the guests, Father, Lord, be with them, guide them, and always lead them well, Father, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. I know some of you are wondering, where's the MC? She's a tall lady, right? So thank you, Sam. Sam is a former volunteer with Cohort 1, CorpsAfrica, Kenya. To our guest of honor, Madam Patricia Makau, CorpsAfrica Board, Dr. Patricia Kingori Mugendi, the country director, CorpsAfrica, Kenya. Oh my goodness, the list is so long. But allow me to just put it in one word. Our invited guests, parents, friends, CorpsAfrica staff, and to the people who have brought us today in this place, volunteers. Welcome to the close of service. Now, to the amazing person, to the amazing lady that I'm so privileged to have met and worked with. Let me welcome Madam Catherine Naliaka. Karibu sana.
Distinguished guests, development partners, distinguished Cohort 2, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. Welcome to our second close of service event 2024. We're indeed delighted to have you here with us because we have an opportunity to celebrate the achievements of these young men and women. I'll begin with a short story. Early this month, I had an opportunity to attend a launch of a drip irrigation project in Nyanyuki. And amazingly, the person I'll be talking about is Betty Macau, who is our MC today. Betty made an indelible mark in my mind, and I made a few observations that I'd like to share with you here this morning. First, it was very heartwarming to see how she was able to breathe life into the community that she served in. She had built resilience because part of what we had heard was that the beginning of this project was quite a difficult journey for her. But you could see that she had built resilience through the time that she was with them. She had built her own emotional and emotional and social intelligence. And with that, she was able to inspire this community to believe in themselves, to be able to carry out a self-discovery that they actually had resources that they would be able to use. As she walked along, community members, I could see that she exuded a lot of confidence and was able to carry out the vision of the community with excellence. And she was able to inspire change by leading a creative process of enabling the community to build creative solutions to the challenges and problems that they had. So in one word, what I can describe what Betty Macau was able to achieve in that 1 year that she was with that community is what we call development. Development by the people and development for people. Betty, I look forward to visiting this community 1 year post your service to be able to see whether the projects that came to bear actually are sustainable and that they are continuing to make change in that community. So, why are we here today? We are here today to celebrate the second cohort as they end their service. But we're also here to talk about important things that matter to CorpsAfrica. The mindset of CorpsAfrica is about building a critical mass of change makers whose passion is to make change in the communities where they have been sent. And they do this through volunteerism. Now, volunteerism is becoming an increasingly important strategy that many organizations are using. UN is one of the organizations that also runs a volunteer service. Other organizations like World Vision and also Compassion International also are running those. Why? Because these have become meaningful ways in which we can engage young people. So not only is it becoming popular, but it's also a meaningful way, like I said, to bring change into the society so that young people begin to creatively provide creative solutions to the communities in which they live in so that we could have a critical mass of change makers in this development world. So this sort of this sort of volunteerism that we have seen with our second batch, not only is helping them connect with communities, but it is also helping them improve the economies of those communities. No matter how small, in the future, I know that this can later be translated even to the GDP of the Kenyan community. This is not a small feat as far as I'm concerned. But I'd like to challenge us to begin to think about how this collateral or critical mass is going to help us kick poverty out of this nation for good in the future. That is, if we continue to sustain the level of engagement with the communities that we are working with. But as I talked with Betty, I could see her patriotism. And so as young people continue to provide volunteer services to the communities, we know that it builds their patriotic sense so that they are willing to always go back to the communities to give back of their time and their expertise. So there is an African proverb, I like African proverbs, that reads like this. I'm not sure who said it, so I cannot acknowledge the author, but I got it from Mr. Google. Service is what life is all about. Great acts are made of small deeds. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. As we serve others, we are working on ourselves, because every word, every act, every gesture of genuine compassion naturally nourishes our hearts as it does the hearts of those we serve. Lastly, some African proverb, which is maybe insightful for our cohort. This is what one author says: a youth that does not cultivate friendship with the elderly is like a tree without roots. And I remember when we were in Nanyuki, we met a gentleman from Turkana. Can you put up your hand, please, so that I can acknowledge you? Is he here? Oh, Pokot, where's Pokot? Yes. Because he passionately said that he was going to take the learnings from this 1 year of service back to West Pokot. Now, if that young man is going to do that, I encourage the second cohort to do the same so that we can make our communities better than they are. We want you to have roots because we want you to make change so that the generations after you will have something that they can hold on to. Finally, to our development partners and future employees, this is what I'd like to say to you. This cohort of young people is ready to work. They have developed skills, they have curated them, and so not only will they get the job done excellently, but I also believe that if they are well supported, they will be able to create jobs themselves. And hopefully, if you take them, poach them, they will be able to take your organizations to the next level. So my desire and my request is that you partner with us so that we can make a changing contribution to changing Kenya, one community at a time. On behalf of myself and the entire board, would like to extend this welcome to you again and want to thank you so much for making the time to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing that I've learned in this 1 year service is teamwork. So I'm going to invite my fellow volunteer to appreciate the board member.
Thank you, MC. I'm really delighted to do this. My name is James Waroy. I am a volunteer, still waiting to become alumni. So I want to appreciate Madam Catherine, our board member. We rarely see you, but we appreciate you for the time that we've seen you. Volunteers, we are going to do a hand clap that we have done for the longest time. Abata, okay? So for our guest, I'm sure you're fast learners, so you're going to get it right. So volunteers and everyone else, we can warm up our hands, okay? So let's warm up. Let's warm up. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready?
We are not yet ready. Are we ready? Are we ready?
I'm sure now they are ready, okay? So, 1, 2, 3. Abata. Abata.
No. They are not yet ready.
Volunteers, kwa nini mnaniangusha? Tupatane nyuma ya tent. Eh? Okay, are you ready now? Are you ready? Abata. No, that's not Abata. Volunteers, are you ready? I want you to show the guests how we go about it. You remember Abata for sure, okay? So, Abata, Abata, Abatu, Abatu, Abarini, Abarini. Now, aho. Thank you very much, Madam Catherine. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, James Waroy. He was serving in Laikipia County. So, ladies and gentlemen, back in 2015 or 20-something, I was in the driving school. And I remember I didn't finish, but one thing I remember was always keep, unless, thank you. So on my left, we have our washroom, we have our tea served, and to our guests, please remember to register. Thank you. So before, we are going to have a message from the CEO, CorpsAfrica, and founder, Madam Liz. But before that, please, let me recognize the following people. We are going to appreciate them. Are we ready? Yeah. So, we start with VSO. Ngao Foundation. For 10 Bridge Kenya. Youth Care. Warehouse Receipt Council. Redeem Integrated Development Agency. Our County Commissioner. Red Cross Society. Untold Organization. World Concern. Compassion International. And Basic Needs Kenya. Thank you very much. Now to our message from our founder and CEO, Madam Liz Fanning.
Hello. I am sorry I cannot be there with you in person, but thank you all for joining us today and for being a part of this very special occasion. I love the theme of this event, leveraging partnerships to transform youth and empower communities. At CorpsAfrica, we aim for community mindset change using remarkable young volunteers as catalysts. We work with a great variety of institutions to implement programs and projects. Our role is to listen to people in the underserved, under-resourced communities that we serve and connect them to the vast resources of our partners in order to fight poverty and build resilience across Africa and the across Kenya and the 9 other CorpsAfrica countries. To all of our development partners in the room here today, thank you for working with us. It's been an honor to follow each of the volunteers over the course of their service. They are such an impressive and inspiring group. They've acquired skills that have transformed their lives and opened the door to successful and purposeful careers. The 28 volunteers finishing their service today are global citizens and ready to serve. Their resilience, hard work, and commitment has left a legacy and an indelible mark in the hearts of the people they served. To G2, I want to say thank you for doing this. You are part of something much bigger than yourselves. CorpsAfrica isn't just about what you did during your service. It's also about how you leverage the experience and continue to serve for the rest of your lives, no matter what path you choose. Thank you for helping CorpsAfrica build this opportunity for young Africans and this model for community development. We envision a youth movement across the continent, a strong and valuable community built on shared values. That vision depends on you. I am so proud of you. On behalf of all of us at CorpsAfrica, best of luck in your future endeavors, and please always stay in touch. Bye for now. Hello.
Please, let's appreciate the CEO of CorpsAfrica. To our next step, but before we go there, let me give you a short story about our volunteers. As they exist today, I can confidently stand and say that we are letting out project managers, project coordinators, engineers. We are letting out monitoring and evaluation officers, media personnel. These volunteers have gained skills, interpersonal skills, analytical skills, project management skills, critical thinking. And I'm confident to say that we are ready for the job market. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Peter Mwenga. Hello, I'm Peter Mwenga. I'm serving in Maudini community as a CorpsAfrica volunteer Cohort 2.
My name is Franco Cricket. I'm volunteer serving at Kalalu sub-location, Umande location, Laikipia East constituency, Laikipia County.
My name is Betty Mtua. I am a degree holder in natural resource management. I'm skilled in sales. I'm skilled in agriculture as an agriculture extension. And before I joined CorpsAfrica, I was working with Sunkin and cereal growers.
I am Elwin Rwamrangwa, an exchange volunteer from Rwanda, serving in Kenya, Embu County, Kanduri community.
Motivation first is I like giving back to the community. I want to be part of the change that I want to see in my country, in my continent, that is Africa. That's why I was motivated to join CorpsAfrica as a community facilitator to put a smile on someone through the skills that I have.
The volunteering is one of the aspects that I love because it gives me a grounds of of leadership, grounds of community interaction.
My inspiration comes whereby I'm trying to make put a smile in someone's face. So I come into Maudini community. I came here to interact with the community so that I see that we can come from one face to another, that is coming out of poverty and heading whereby we are getting something that is helping us as the community, as the Maudini community.
I needed personal growth and that international exposure, and again I wanted to give back to the Kenyan country as a country, not just Kenya, also our neighboring countries. Speaking as a Rwandan, they did a lot for us during the past years. So I wanted to give back to Kenya for their work they had done for Rwanda, and also grow personally and professionally, get to learn more from Kenyans. So I compare myself to their skills, experiences, way of doing things, know the culture, and also as a Pan-Africanist, I get to know deeper other cultures, other points of view, in the other Pan-African points of views. Yeah, I get to know more.
I wanted to volunteer so that I could help communities and people who are at a disadvantage so that they too can grow. But I specifically volunteered with CorpsAfrica because of their model. I wanted to volunteer in a space that allows me to be a part of the growth in a direct manner and to also interact with the community in a more intimate level.
I'm hoping that these farmers or these community members are going to get an easier time than going for 7, 8, 9 kilometers to go and mill their maize. They can use this posho mill around here, which will be somehow cheap, because the other posho mills in the area, we have only one posho mill in the area which uses diesel, and the mill using 20 bob per kg, and ours is going to be 10 bob per kg. And also the thresher, we are going to reduce the price in which we are going to help the members. We see that they fit into this place whereby they are going to access it, and more members are going to access it.
It's more than an impact to the direct beneficiaries, because it's going to touch the community at large. First, the parents are going to be elevated from the burden of the school feeding program. Second, with the saving that they're going to have, the parents can now save and improve their lives economically. Thirdly, the project is more about agriculture, so our students will have food. So the issue of food security in this place is going to be cut short. And then in terms of the vegetables that the school is going to grow, our community is going to benefit from this. As you can see, like right now we have shortage of vegetables, but with this project, because it is an all-year project production, the community is going to benefit. So I'm very grateful for the impact that this project has to the community at large and to the students.
I think the project will have a long-term impact to the community at large, because the school does not have infrastructure. So that was one of the blocks that would help attract parents to bring in their children to study in that school, because they see that the school is growing and they can say, now my kid can go to this school, rather than walking about 6 kilometers away just to get an education. So I think that is something that the community will have been impacted by the project, and I could say it is going to help curb issues of health challenges, especially the hygiene for the girls, since they were sharing their toilets with the primary kids. So I think that's going to help with sanitation issues in the school and reduce some of the health challenges that they face.
The impact is definitely that the students' education is going to improve within the community. I'm hoping that more students' their grades will actually improve, because they now have a safer environment for learning. From the CBO, we ran the project through a community-based CBO, and this was the first project that we did together. I think it laid down the framework of future projects that the CBO can do, and so it really opened their eyes, because they're now looking that this project is one project that we as the community, we've also contributed to, and it's our project that we can use to even go forward and say, this is what we've already done, what else can we do for our community, so that we can all improve our lives. A moment in my service that I would actually say is very exceptional would be an activity that I did with my community member. It was like an innovators campus actually within the very first days that I went within the community. This was actually my host mom, and I was trying to train her the innovators campus as the first person that I would interact with within the community. And so while we were talking and addressing it, we came up with this idea that we can start poultry farming, just small chickens, so that we can see what will come out of it. And when I was leaving the community, she has over 40 chickens now, and she's actually selling them. And she says that with the small experience or the small experiment that we wanted to do from the beginning, she can now reap bigger benefits today. So that really touched my heart and showed me that I was actually making an impact within the community.
One of the memorable stories that I hold dear to me is when a mom of two approached me. She was jobless. She had lost hope in life. She didn't know what to do. So when she approached me, she came asking for a job, of course. But I sat her down and we started evaluating what can she do. It's not a must to be employed for you to earn a living. What can you do? What do you know? And that is when I taught her about bookkeeping, entrepreneurial skills, and how to start a business. So we looked upon the business that she could start and discussed some of the small businesses, such as starting a kiosk and also a green grocery shop. So I remember we went for in-service training too. It was just 1 week, but when I came back, I was so happy to find that she had, through the knowledge that we had shared, she had started her own green grocery shop. Yeah, so that was so amazing for me. Like, I loved the challenge.
And one of the biggest things that I actually came to learn, it really shifted my mindset around impact, you know, what impact is. For a lot of us humanitarians, we really look at impact as doing these huge tangible things, you know, coming to a place, doing these huge things, you know, that people when they come, they can be able to see, and you really think and you tell yourself this is something that is impactful. But I actually came to learn that impact, there's not really one way to sit and describe impact, you know. Like, impact is extremely relative, that sometimes it might really come and do that huge thing of maybe putting up a school, building people a polytechnic, but sometimes it's just being kind to people. It's going to that elderly woman's house who rarely gets visits and sitting down with her and eating with her and doing chores with her and really seeing that joy, you know, that thing that you've done for her, it will forever be embedded in her heart, you know, and that for her has made the hugest impact than any other thing that you would have come into and given her. So it has really shifted my mindset on impact and really just how to just be nice and kind to people.
I would love people to know that you cannot do it alone. No matter how ambitious you are, along the way you will need to grow a pair. And growing a pair, I mean someone like your fellow volunteer who will be sharing at the end of the day the challenges, because I believe the only person who can relate to what you're going through is your fellow volunteer, especially the one you share the similar traits of your community. So I love people to know that it is good to share with your community. It is good sometimes to feel defeated, but most importantly, learn that keep your eyes to the ultimate goal. It is not a bad thing sometimes to feel like you can give up. It's actually one of those moments that they motivate you. All you have to do is share that with someone else, someone who understands more, and that person is definitely your fellow volunteer.
My future CorpsAfrica volunteers, I'd like to tell you that you're going to go on a very beautiful journey, you know. It is going to really test everything that is in you. It is going to test your resilience. It is going to test your heart for your community. It is going to test your heart for your country. And it is really going to test your capabilities. But all in all, it is going to be wholesome. It is going to be beautiful, and it is going to be worth it. All I just have to sit and advise you is that, first of all, it is okay when you're going through this journey and you have these moments of doubt where you feel like, am I really going to make it? Those difficult moments where you feel like, like, should I just park and call my program coordinator and tell her I'm ready to go home? But all in all, it is going to be worthwhile. You'll have those moments, but remember, it's not a bad service, it's just a bad day, and everything is going to be fine. I just want to encourage you and to tell you just to take a shot, you know, give yourself that chance and give yourself grace when you're going through this journey, and I promise you it is going to be beautiful, and I just want to wish you all the best.
Thank you, CorpsAfrica, for allowing us to bring impact to our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize our guests. We have the World Vision Kenya with us here. National Youth Council. Aging Concern Foundation. Youth for Sustainable Development. International Aid Services. Machakos University. FBOs. Village OPCO. Thank you very much. Now, to our next speaker. Please, you have to allow me. I cannot do it alone. Felix Oraka. The next speaker is a mentor. She's one of a kind. She's a package. She has been a mother to us. She has been a leader to us. She has given us an opportunity. We are so grateful for that. Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia Kingori Mugendi. Oh my goodness. Let's appreciate her better. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Wow. This is an exciting day for me. It's an exciting day because, like any mother, the children are getting out of the nest. And I am pregnant again. For those of you who are there at the last brasserie, I told you I do not do family planning. So I am pregnant again. Si wamekuwa wakubwa, wamekomaa, wanaenda huko nje, muwapatie makazi. So I am pregnant again. These ones were 28. I went and did better. I am giving birth to 40 more. So next month we bring in our third cohort, which will have 40 volunteers. Excuse my voice. Before I even do my presentation to tell you a little bit more about CorpsAfrica, I'd like to acknowledge one of our other directors. He's called, of our board, the CorpsAfrica Kenya board, that is Sam Makome. I'd just like him to stand up and just say hi. Yes, today I'm with my bosses. So it's such a pleasure to see all of you partners being here, because kidole moja hakiui chawa. We need each other if we are going to bring development in our nation. So thank you and welcome. And of course to the stars of today, our G2 volunteers who will soon be alumni. It's really wonderful to have you here. So, Michael, you'll, okay, oh, you have, thank you. Right, so CorpsAfrica, you saw our CEO, Liz Fanning. CorpsAfrica was actually started in 2011 by Liz Fanning through her vision. She herself was a Peace Corps volunteer and served for 2 years in Morocco. and realize that we as Africans can actually make that difference that we want to see in our own continent, and hence the birth of CorpsAfrica as a whole. We are in 10 countries now. For those of you who passed geography, I don't know whether you know the flags and where they represent. I will not do an examination, but from the top you have Morocco, Senegal, Malawi, Rwanda, at least that one you know, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Uganda, the Gambia, and South Africa. Watu walisoma. Watu walisoma. Yes, so we are in all those countries. We have had over 500 volunteers and over 800 projects done across Africa. As an organization, we work with youth, and we work in rural communities. We work through collaboration with NGOs, philanthropists, foundations, and of course the government. And ours is to bring a change in the communities, and not just a change, but a mindset change, so that when the volunteer leaves that community, they're actually able to believe in themselves, believe in their potential, and utilize the assets that they have to make their lives better. Our mission basically is to train youth, to give them a transformative experience. And any employee in this room understands that when students come out, Machakos University is here, but after Machakos delivers out the students, kuna mahali hawajaiva kabisa. Ni kweli ama si ukweli? They have a lot of theory, but they do not have the practical experience. And that's where we give them that transformative experience through service. Service to be the change that they want to actually see. And I wish I could harness the Gen Zs who are out there demonstrating, wanting us to deal with corruption, so that we can harness that energy and use it out there to be the change that they want to see. So if they want to see no corruption, it ultimately means that they wouldn't be corrupt themselves, isn't it? So we work with young people to give them that transformation. But through that transformation, they also change the communities that they work in. And ours is not to keep giving handouts. Our motivation is to bring a mindset change that will cause them not to be empowered, but to be emancipated. In the sense that after that, they know how to mobilize resources. They know how to address their myriad problems. Because we know our pockets have limitations. You cannot keep giving out. Even that resource has a limit. But when they're able to know how to utilize their resources, then that is achieved through community development. And all our community development is based on what the community wants. It is not based on what we think they want. It is based on what is important to them. We have very many initiatives. Just a quick glance there. We have CorpsAfrica Red, which deals with health, CorpsAfrica Pink, which promotes women and the girl child empowerment. We have CorpsAfrica Junior, so that we can inculcate a culture of volunteerism right from secondary school, and then when they get out there, they actually embrace volunteerism. We have CorpsAfrica Green, which deals with the environment and climate change. CorpsAfrica Blue, that deals with water resources management and supply. CorpsAfrica Purple, for people living with disabilities. And then CorpsAfrica Black, financial literacy. CorpsAfrica Silver, the use of technology, and ultimately the Alumni Association. which is a platform where we support our alumni in terms of moving forward in their careers. So let's get closer home. Our office is very new. We're actually not even 2 years old, because we started off in November 2022. We are 1 year, how many months? Maybe 1.5, just slightly over 1.5 years. So we are pretty young. So far, we've had 42 volunteers go through the program, and there are 40 more we are adding now in this year. We have been in 10 counties, and the ones you see in blue are the new counties that we are adding this year. We are adding 6 more counties. So basically, we have been in Machakos, Makueni, Narok, Kajiado, Kitui, Meru, Embu, Tharaka-Nithi, Murang'a, and now we are heading to Busia, Kakamega, Nakuru, Baringo, and we will do a repeat in certain parts of Meru, Kitui, and Tharaka-Nithi. And in Tharaka-Nithi, it's actually the Tharaka side of the county. We have done 45 projects, which is slightly more than the number of volunteers, because in some of the projects we've had like 2 projects happening at the same time. And we have had 8 of our Kenyan volunteers go out to serve in the other countries where we are. So we've also exported our Kenyan volunteers, just the same way we have 2 Rwandese volunteers who have served our nation. Sorry. So what do we do when we go to the communities? When we send out our volunteers, what really happens? The first thing, I know it sounds rude, but we actually shut up and we listen. We listen to the community. We listen to their needs. We don't go there with a mentality of know-it-all. After all, it's only the wearer of the shoe who knows where the shoe hurts. The next thing we do is to aim to have a mindset change. You are all introduced to that young man from West Pokot, and this is actually a community in his area, Kalalu community. A lady who started off saving in one of these groups. You know, in the communities, they're always having saving groups, and there she is at the bottom. She has a thriving business. So it may not look big, like you heard the volunteer saying. It is not a school that we have built, even though we've built classes. But that woman's life has been impacted completely, her and her household. We use 2 models when we are in the communities. Human-centered design, where people are at the center of the solution, and we use asset-based community development, where we encourage the communities to understand and realize the assets that they actually have and how they can utilize them. So in short, what distinguishes us from many other NGOs? 1, it's the who. It's about the community, and it's about the youth. That is what distinguishes us. The community is always the owner, the designer, and the implementers. The youth are the facilitators or the catalysts that are in the community. The how. We do not fly in and fly out. We serve, the volunteer serves for 11 months in the community, living and working and being a part of the community. We utilize ABCD, the community assets, and human-centered design. And finally, it's the what. Community-chosen, community-led projects. That's what we do. Now, we, as I said, we are young. But our first cohort, we keep visiting our projects in the communities to see whether they're actually sustainable. Did people really change? Impact is different. You'll find some communities have taken off like a rocket. There are some maybe struggling a little bit. You need to encourage them, teach them how to do a bit more monitoring and evaluation, and help them move on. But from all the projects, none of them have remained the same. There is a variety of how much they have changed, the transformation, but none has remained where they have been. So I've just picked a few that I want to show you. This one is Minyalala Machakos. In the Minyalala community, we did 2 projects. One was we made a check dam because of shortage of water. And 2, they wanted to do a tree nursery, which was pretty near the check dam because of watering. And they've managed to sell, actually they have sold more, because 2 days ago I talked to the chairman of Minyalala. He actually called me to say hello. That's how much we keep in contact with our communities. It's about relationships. And he was telling me they have an order for another 1,000. They've already bought 400 chickens because they wanted, oh, it is down, but it's not out. Okay. Serikali haiwezi anguka. No way. Hiyo tumekataa. Haiwezi anguka. Imesimama taslim. Thank you. This is another project we did in Kajiado, where the community, the Maasai community, wanted to do cattle fattening, and we got them ngombes, and they made 600,000 in terms of gross profit, and they're actually working at doing, keeping pigs, because they're pretty close to the Tanzania border. Then we did several Gala goat projects in Kitui. In this particular one, which was in Kathongi, we got them 42 goats. We found, which is about maybe 4 months ago, 11 were pregnant, 9 have already had kids, and I'm sure the 11 have already done like that. The pregnancy period is very short with goats. So there is that multiplication factor, which was what we wanted in the community. So when our volunteers go out there, they train a lot of the community members, whether they're in groups, whether it's a household. So in the whole of this year with this current cohort, we had 2,688 beneficiaries of the training. In terms of common trainings like soap making and saving schemes and kitchen gardens and tutoring, youth mentorship, those kind of things. And another 2,217 beneficiaries in other kinds of training, like animal farming was the best, keeping in medication for indigenous chicken, project management, and ICT was also part of the things that was taught. In terms of the various activities, we had 4,197 beneficiaries from all these activities, and the highest was soap making, followed by saving schemes and teaching and tutoring. And basically, those are the sectors covered by the impact of the volunteers, the greatest being agriculture and food security, followed by water, wash, and climate and environment, with quite a bit on economic development. So the projects that we did there are 28. We actually did 29 projects because one of the projects actually was 2-in-1. In the education sector, in the education sector, we had 4 classroom renovations that took place. We had one project which was school furniture, and we had 2 new classrooms. Actually, one is done and launched. One will be launched next week. I believe in a week or so in Laikipia. This second one, which I've just put in the structures, is actually an ECD class. The Maasai children there, they actually used to meet under a tree sitting on stones. That is where they were having their, sijui munaitanga baby class ama siku hizi munaita aje? Ile watoto wandogo, wewe unajua. Inaitwa ECD. Yes, so that is, so we have actually built those structures. In terms of water and sanitation, we have had 2 boreholes. So we've had 2 boreholes done in partnership with Davis and Shirtliff, and 2 water tank projects that were in 2 separate schools. Five sanitary block projects. These were all in schools, actually. It's actually amazing how dilapidated toilets are in some of these places. In the agricultural sector, 3 tree and vegetable nursery projects and 1 drip irrigation project, which our able MC actually did. That one right there at the bottom to your left. Economic sector, 3 apiaries, 1 sunflower oil machine project, so we got them a machine and they are cold pressing the sunflower, and 1 cereal warehouse project. We had 3 posho mills that were bought, and 1 cattle fattening project and 1 dairy goat project. We usually have once a year what we call a pitch day. We invite our partners, like-minded people like yourselves, to help us in fundraising for these projects, because sometimes the funds are not enough. So we had one right here in this room in May, on May 2nd this year, and those are just a few pictures of what happened on that day. In summary, our very able volunteers, soon to be alumni, have garnered very many skills. On your left are actually the hard skills, things like project management, monitoring and evaluation, facilitation skills, leadership skills. And when I say leadership, it's servant leadership, which is different from just the normal leadership we see in politics. It is leading from the back, it's leading by serving and setting the example. Analytical skills, conflict resolution, then the softer skills which no university will ever give you. Just humility, ability to listen, to have empathy, to be patient, to be patriotic, and to be resilient and self-motivated. These are the soft skills that they learn. And what are we asking from you as our partners in this area? That we can partner in very many levels. We can partner during the training, because we invest a lot in training our volunteers. You can offer us technical skills, technical know-how. You can help us in the designing of some of these projects, which are like, for example, if you're building a check dam, there is some technical skills that we need that we do not have as an organization. In-kind support, like the way Davis and Shirtliff did, they gave a lot of that equipment when we did the projects. Financial support, we have received that at PDD with some of you seated here. We can give you last mile support because some of you are not able to have your resources in the rural area all the way. But we have volunteers at that end that we can utilize for doing the last mile, mobilizing communities And of course, we would love you to give this fantastic group of young people jobs. You will never, ever regret it. I can assure you, 110%, and you can come and ask me. So thank you. Thank you for taking your time to be here. Thank you for the support you've given. Thank you in every language that you can think of. Our volunteers they volunteer because they are. So that is the end of my few minutes of talking. Truly appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our country director. For this, you know, she's the president of the organization. So allow me to welcome an amazing volunteer, Mr. Ofofofo, please. We are going to appreciate our president. Are we ready? Are we ready? Karibu. Iko hapa.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Say hello. Imagine we are here today to be happy, and we are the people to make us happy. Why can't you smile for your neighbor? Smile to your neighbor. Ask that your neighbor, umefurahia. Ask your neighbor, umefurahia. Ama mkonja.
Ama mkonja.
So let's just really love Daktari so much. She's the leader. And the reason why I'm wearing the suit is because of the knowledge through the training officer. So ladies and gentlemen, just wrap your hands with love, Wrap your hands. Sasa, we want to do for a very easy one, yeah? So we want to pick it from this side. Utanisekea microphone, andiko na sauti.
Wacha nikushikie.
So, we wrap your hands. Wrap it. So, this one is going to be a noise clap, yeah? We say, whoa, hey! We say, whoa, hey! So, let's go. Are you ready? Whoa, hey!
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia Kingori Mugendi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment of the truth. We are going to get the stories from the volunteers. Now, allow me to introduce the first speaker, Felix Bahati.
Thank you so much, MC. So, our distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning once more. So, my name is Felix Bahati. I've been a volunteer serving at Tharaka Nithi County in a place called Matakiri. And I was privileged to do a project of combined posho meal. So, it is with great honor for me standing this day in front of you, because I never imagined that I will really reach this far to talk to you guys. And why am I saying so? I will come back to that later. So, so I'm standing here briefly to talk about integration. As we all know, integration is the first step or rather the first stage in which we volunteers undergo through from the day we are deployed in our sites. And integration in this stage, it is a stage where we volunteers try to create that connection with our community members, try to build bonds, and try to familiarize ourselves with the people in the community so as to do our service in a smooth way. And I know my fellow volunteers would agree with me that integration is not an easy stage in this service, and every one of us has had his or her own experience while integrating in the community. Some, my fellow volunteers, some of them have had a smooth integration, while some of us have had a little bit difficult, or I may say rough, integration in the community. So I will briefly tell about my story of integration and how I managed to pull through. So I was deployed in Matakiri in Tharaka last year, September. It was a new environment. I was never in an environment like that. That place is, I can say it is very dry, very hot temperatures, and there were new people of another diverse culture, and I was far from home. So it was a very difficult stage for me because I had to create a connection with these people in that community. The people of Matakiri community, one challenge that I faced is language barrier. People there speak the Tharaka language, and me, I'm from Western. So you can see the challenge that I had, trying to integrate with these people in the community. So I really faced a very, very, very rough road trying to communicate with these people in the community. Also, these people of Matakiri, they are a community which they have a fixed mindset on doing projects or doing activities. They are self-minded. They do individual projects, and they do not rely in the unity of the community. So I really faced a hard time trying to come and convince these people to come together, sit down, do activities, and come up with a project that may be sustainable to solve their needs. So I really had a rough time. I even remember I opted to quit 3 weeks after deployment. I had packed my clothes actually and suitcase. And so before I opted to go back, I remember making a call back home. And I called my parents and I asked them, hey, madhe mi sioni nikitoboa. Sioni kabisa. Huku mi nitakufia huku. But I remember my parents really encouraged me. They told me, you should focus on your purpose. You came to CorpsAfrica with a purpose, and you must fulfill that purpose. Because God chose you to go and fulfill that purpose. So I tried to connect with my fellow volunteers because they're the ones who are also on the ground. We share a common goal. This team of volunteers that you see here, they're a team of great people. Can you clap for them once? The 28 of us, we created a strong bond. which grew into a family. We used to encourage each other, give each other support. You could be facing a challenge, but you call your friend and ask him or her, uko kwako kuko aje? Anakuambia, mi hata mi kwangu ni kugumu kabisa, hata kwako, heri kwako. Kwangu hata hakuna hata maji. So when you get that motivation from your fellow volunteer, you get that spirit of continue pushing hard. Through the skills that we were taught and others that we learned from the community, I tried to push myself out of my comfort zone. Previously, before I joined CorpsAfrica, I was a person who was not good at socializing with people. I was very antisocial. But being at the community, it made me push myself out of my comfort zone to go and meet people in the community, try to engage with them, try to learn their language, to communicate with them, create a good bond that I can be able to feel like I'm one of them so that they can support me along my service. And I really appreciate the efforts of the CorpsAfrica staff. They really did a great work in training us and giving us the skills. Through the community, I've managed to gain the skill of resilience, adaptability, and teamwork, which has pushed me all the way through my service until now, when I'm about to be called an alumni of CorpsAfrica Kenya. As I stand here today, I'm really proud of myself and my fellow volunteers, of whom we've reached this far. I know this journey has not been an easy journey. It has been very difficult. And I love the passion and the unity that we've had all through this service. And as our guests are here, I know and I'm certain these 28 volunteers that you see here, through the skills that we've gained in the community, these people are ready for any task and any challenge that may come their way. So these 28 volunteers here, I know we are ready for the job market, and when we get that opportunity, we will do a great job. May God bless you and have a nice time.
Thank you, Bahati. As I said, G2, we are a team. He's our fashion designer. Let's appreciate Bahati. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests are still coming in. And to our newest addition, we have Tharaka Innovation CBO. Afri Women Connects. Action Aid International Kenya. Bethel Network. And Compassion International. Now, this one you're not ready. For the lady with the longest CV. Welcome, Viona Kagea. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Our distinguished guests, CorpsAfrica staff, fellow volunteers, habari zenu. My name is Viona Kageha, and I'm from Kakamega County. and also Vihiga County, but I served in Moranga County, in Ithanga location. Michael, I don't know what to say. I really didn't expect to be standing here today. Me standing here today it has been a journey for me as a volunteer and someone who is passionate about community development. I remember one time last year before I joined CorpsAfrica, I wrote in my prayer book that I wanted to be somewhere where I could have an audience like this one to be able to speak to people. So it is a testimony today that I'm standing here before you guys. And I really thank God for that. I'm going to talk about professional growth or professional development. First of all, it is not easy. It has not been easy. And it is not going to be easy. To have a goal in life is to have a purpose in life and a fulfillment in life. And I'll tell you a short story, my personal story. I remember some time back, 4 years ago, I was in Kisumu doing an internship with a certain NGO, and I was really blank. I was just from college, and I didn't have any experience. But at the time, I got an opportunity to get an internship with no experience and no connections. And I served there for about 6 months. I remember the first time when I went for my first field job or field round. I was to talk to certain adolescents in Kisumu, Nyahera. And it was really nerve-wracking. Like, you can imagine, it's your first time. No one has ever taught you how to speak in front of people. But there you are with adolescents who are looking up to you, ready to learn from you, but you don't know what to say or how to talk to them. And I remember at the time, my former boss, after we had the session, he told me, this is how you could have done your introduction. This is how you could have talked to the adolescents. You could have told them that you have studied this and this so that they could get inspired. And from there, I took that in. And I can say through my CorpsAfrica journey, we've had the community meetings, community engagement, where you are you and you alone. Your PC is not there. Your country director is not there. It is you as a volunteer alone. And I can say that I've seen immense growth in myself, even in my fellow volunteers. That ability to go and mobilize people in the community, to bring them together, to know the channels to penetrate through the community, and how to bring them together so that you can have that community dialogue to discuss an issue. And I can say we've learned a lot as volunteers, right? Right? I remember I mentioned that in our personal gatherings, the volunteers, that I didn't know that there was a procedure that you needed to follow in order to get through into the community. But I've really learned a lot with CorpsAfrica, that there are steps that you need to take in order to be able to penetrate, even to reach that elderly person in the community or that student in the community. And I can say that we are ripe as now, aren't we? Aren't we? We are. And Bahati was just here. I remember one time he told me, nataka ma connections.
Madam Mama connection.
And I told Bahati, if you're looking for money, you won't get it. Because in the NGO world or in the humanitarian world, you need to give out yourself in order to grow and to help the community at large. And I remember telling him that we have fellowships that you can join. I know one of us has been able to attend a fellowship. Kevin, congratulations on that. Joining these programs are very important for us as volunteers. And it's not all about money, but rather the experience and the networks. And I believe today we have so many organizations here, and we are going to do our best to try and maintain these relationships 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. And before our training officer gave me this opportunity, I know we've had the opportunity to invite other people, and I had invited my former boss from 4 years ago. So, fellow volunteers, I just want to tell you that maintaining those relationships are very important, because when I look at my relationship with my former boss, I'd find him sending me a link from maybe Relief Web, apply for this. And I remember when I started the CorpsAfrica journey, he was so curious and he told me, what are you doing? And I told him, the model of CorpsAfrica is so different. I've never heard of it. He's never heard of it. And he told me that I want you to teach me whatever you are doing. So maintaining relationships is a really important thing in your professional journey. And I hope from today, even as volunteers, as we disperse, as we become alumni, that we are going to maintain these relationships 10 years to come, 20 years to come, to be there for each other, to help each other do good things in the community. I want to say thank you to my fellow volunteers for proving that you can do it. I know most of us, we've cried. Tumelia huko ndani ya nyumba. Tumejifungia ndani ya nyumba. And some of us even tulitaka kupack vitu tuende, because ukikuwa peke yako huko, it's not easy. Your family is not there. Your PC is not there. None of the staff members is there. So I just want to congratulate you guys for making this far. I know most of us wanted to quit, but we saw the bigger picture in ourselves and in our community, and with the mission of CorpsAfrica. So thank you so much for believing in yourselves. For the CorpsAfrica staff, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And I hope that you are going to connect more as time goes by. Thank you.
Thank you, Viona. For our next speaker, I remember going to Nokras, and then I met him, and we took a photo. I remember sending it back home, and my family was like, Betty, have you not been growing? So let me introduce the tallest lawyer, Elwin. I will grow next time.
Our guest of honor of today's event, our members of the board of directors, esteemed development partners, and now my fellow esteemed volunteers. Hamjambo. I am Elwin Rwamrangwa, an exchange volunteer from Rwanda. But I did not come alone. I came with my brother, Yves Delphi Gasode, please. I thank you to give me this opportunity to talk to you today about the exchange volunteering program or experience of CorpsAfrica. It is indeed an honor to stand before you today as we mark today's incredible journey, or the journey we've been taking on for the previous 11 months. As we gather here today to mark the end of our service, I am filled with mixed emotions. The bigger part of it because of taking pride in what we have achieved, the gratitude for the experiences we have shared, we have gained. But again, a bit of sadness that most of us, we are parting ways maybe today or tomorrow, and this incredible journey of us is coming to an end. Eve and I, when we first embarked on this journey of exchange volunteering experience, we knew it was going to be transformative. We knew we were going to get an international exposure. We knew we were going to be in a new community, in a new culture, in a completely different environment. So we were looking forward to it. But to be honest with you, we did not expect how profound it was going to be for us, or how it was going to change our lives for the better. It was both exciting to try new pastures, but again also frightening to try new cultures and new experiences for young men as we are. Far from our families, far from our culture, far from our languages, far from everything we used to know, now into a whole new experience. But ever since we set our foot in Kenya, at the JKIA International Airport, we were welcomed by the warmth and the kindness and a sense of belonging to the Kenyan community and the Kenyan as a country. When we came here as exchange volunteers, we intended to serve with all our heart, with all our efforts, with all our knowledge and skills. We thought we were going to impact the Kenyan communities, but to be honest with you, we were rather transformed by the Kenyan communities and by Kenya as a country, way more than we transformed Kenya. We have gained different perspectives. We have developed deeper connections. We have grown both professionally and personally, which is all thanks to CorpsAfrica, and especially, or in particular, CorpsAfrica Kenya. As Rwandans, of course, I will speak for my country as well. We did not just come here to serve, but we came here to give back to Kenya, to what Kenya gave us as Rwandans. Because of the history, I'm very sure most of us here know, Kenya sheltered our people. Kenya gave shelter or habit or refuge to our people. And we hope, as we mark the end of this journey, we hope you as Kenyan citizens, you take this as a token or a vote of thanks from me and Eve as simple and humble Rwandan citizens. Exchange volunteering program, it aims to connecting African communities, and I mean, through sharing the skills, through sharing skills, culture, and all around our communities. It starts with a language training, and everything follows along. So we took Swahili classes. So kama hautujui, usijidanganye naweza tushinda kwa Kiswahili. With this experience, we have grown. We have developed our Pan-Africanism spirit. We have gained new insights, new points of views from different cultures and different perspectives, we all know. And this is all thanks to CorpsAfrica and CorpsAfrica Kenya to give us the chance. Quickly, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to CorpsAfrica and CorpsAfrica Kenya in particular for providing us with this particular opportunity. Throughout this service, we have been baked into proper leaders and Pan-Africanists, a proud national, international materials. Even more, we don't feel less of Kenyans than we feel of Rwandans. To our families, Eve's host mother who is here with us today, and my host father who is here today, we would like to thank you for welcoming us with your open arms. Thank you for embracing us and allowing us to be part of your lives. Your trust, collaboration, have been the foundation of our work and our service in Kenya. To our development partners we are here with today, as Madam or our Dr. Ali said, CorpsAfrica now presents to you a fully furnished generation of young African ladies and gentlemen. They are up for you now to grab. If I was you, I would grab as fast as I can. They are rare. It's very rare to find such a rich experience in such young people, young men and women. And to my fellow volunteers, as our CEO founder said, the impact of CorpsAfrica to our lives starts today when we finish our service. Now it's our time to move forward. We carry the spirit of service within us. Let's continue to seek out ways to make difference, to be agents of change in our own communities and beyond this experience, which is what this experience had equipped us with all the skills, knowledge, and compassion just to do that. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has been part of this journey and urge others who are here today to join the cause and make our great continent greater as it deserves to be. This is not the end, but the beginning of a new era to a new united, strong, and truly independent Africa. Thank you very much. Mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you, Elwin, for making me think I'm a joke. To our next speaker, Madam Engineer herself, Jen Omaitha. Karibu sana. Remember, you have 2 minutes. Let's appreciate Madam Engineer.
Guests of honor, distinguished guests, volunteers, staffs, good morning. Good morning again. So my name is Jane Wamaitha, a volunteer who served in Murang'a County, Ithanga location, in a village called Kanduri village, whereby in Murang'a we served 3 volunteers, that is Fiona, who was here, Maureen, and me, Maureen in absentia. So for our topic, we are talking about the project progress, whereby we have some of the procedures that CorpsAfrica follows so that we can see the impact that the projects are showing in the communities. So as our country director has presented some of the projects that were identified in these sites, so first of all, we do something called community mapping, whereby we have to mobilize many community members so that they can come and identify the project, that is the needs and solution. So as for me, I did a project in Kanduri village, that is the construction of sanitation block, which was a testament of resilience, collaboration, and determination, whereby my community showed a lot of support. And I will say thank you to my community members, to all the staff who showed me the support, because I would say that constructing a sanitation block, it wasn't easy, because we found that when we constructed the first time, it collapsed. Again, we constructed it the second time, it collapsed. Then the third time, that's when we called all the community members. And you know, for CorpsAfrica, for a project to be called community project, it should be led by the community. So again, we had to call the community so that they could contribute the 25%, whereby we always say that the 10% it's the in cash and the 15% it's the in kind. So we had to call again the community. We see, for the first time they had contributed the 25%, right? Then the second time, again, we had to call them so that they could contribute again the 25%. So my community came, they had to dig again the pit latrine. You know, they dug the first one, it collapsed. So we had to identify another site whereby the community had again to redig the latrine. And after digging that latrine, I will say that right now, the school that we were constructing, that sanitation block, it's in good condition, and those students, they have a good place to help themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Madam Engineer. Now, we are going to the one and only Madam Boss, Gladys Mutemi. Remember, you have 2 minutes. Karibu sana, Madam Boss.
Thank you. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate every one of you and our development partners for joining us today to celebrate with us for the great work we've done in our communities. And today, I would like to acknowledge the importance of partnerships in development, having served as a CorpsAfrica volunteer. Partnerships help us in resource mobilization, such as funding. Also, partnerships help us in capacity building by improving skills in the communities and also volunteers, because before being deployed in the communities, we are trained, we are equipped with the skills that can impact the communities. And today, I would like to share my story of my community, where my community had a dream to have a clean water. But through their capabilities and support from CorpsAfrica, we could only afford to repair a hand pump. But we were privileged to get support from Davis and Shatliff, which came on ground and supported us. And we are very happy today. And my community has access to clean water. And from hand pump now, we are using the solar pump. And the and the children of the schools are now happy and performing better, and the communities are now improving in livelihoods. So today, I want to acknowledge our development partners and really appreciate you all. You've been an instrumental in our accomplishments, and your contributions have been a great impact in our communities. As we look forward to the future, we invite you today to continue working with CorpsAfrica to ensure vibrant and resilient communities. Lastly, I am confident today to share that having served for a period of 1 year, we volunteers are really equipped with the skills and experience that can really impact your communities and your organizations. And it would be a great opportunity to work with all of you. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Gladys. Now to our final speaker. This one you're not ready for her. As a team, we call her Mama Yao. She's the noisemaker of the team. But the greatest thing that I've learned from her, she's a strong lady and a resilient one. Welcome, Ann Maina. You have 2 minutes.
Well, the greatness of humanity is not in being human. It is being humane. Good morning. My name is Ann Maina, and I served Momoi location, Tigania West, in Meru County. She has said I'm a noisemaker, but I only make constructive noise. My journey began when I was deployed at the border of Meru and Isiolo County. And nobody had prepared me for that, because honestly, no amount of training will prepare you for that, because the deployment comes after 6 weeks. And I remember telling my fellow volunteer, Stella, you can just wave, because we served in the same location. We were on top of a pickup. Yeah, tulibebwa kama mizigo. And I asked, kwani hatufiki? Because what I thought Meru was is not what I found. Because I thought I would see these mirage trees, you know. You didn't tell me there is a dry part of Meru. Because the next thing I'm reading is Isiolo International Airport, 14 kilometers. So to cut my story short, I met my community. I would say it's a community where challenges seem to outnumber resources. This is a community, remember I've told you it is at the border of Isiolo and Meru. These are people who are trying to resettle because they have a history of conflict, and it's a semi-arid place. So finding the community there is really hard. But we pushed on. We did. When I say we pushed, and we did our best. Among the activities we did, just like our Daktari has said, we do secondary activities and the primary project, but I'll purposely focus on the secondary activities. I know you are here, she was here telling you how we have done youth mentorship, and you wanted to hear from the horse's mouth, so well, the horse is here. And we wear a lot of shoes as volunteers, because one morning you wear the shoe of becoming a teacher, tomorrow you become a preacher, the other time you are a beekeeper expert, and we are qualified. Don't see us like this, musituane hivi. And so as I was doing my secondary activities, there's this one activity that really touched someone, and that is what I want to share with you today. Well, I remember her name, this woman that I want to share her story is called Judy. So one morning, I'm invited to go and train a group of 14 women on how to make yogurt. Yeah, I can make yogurt. And so I trained the group as usual, and I leave. 2 days later, I receive a call from this woman. And she introduces herself and tells me, Anne, kuja uone vile nimefanya. And I wonder, what has she done? Because the lady runs a small hotel. My generation calls it kibandaski. I don't know what your generation calls it. So she runs a kibandaski, panye mnapenda kwenda kusema tumeenda kwa madhe, where she just makes tea, mandazi, and some diluted dengu, yeah. So I go, and I find a lot of people, many people seated outside, because it's a small space. And I ask, kwani ni nini Judy? Because I thought actually something bad had happened to her. To my amusement, she shows me a bucket, alikuwa ametengeneza yogurt, the one that I had taught her as a group, because I didn't know as a group, and I didn't know there was someone that like her. And that really touched my heart, because it's kind of, and she told me, I was thinking of closing down this kibandaski, because almost everyone here has it. And I was so touched, because that day she said that has changed, because as you can see, there is traffic in my business. Why? Because the skill that you taught me has added value to my business. And now I'm the one who cannot meet the demand. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you today, I have never found purpose of this service that I did on that day. Because, you know, someone once told me that if you think you're great to do small things, then you're too small to do great things. Because I used to think these are just small things. And we just call them secondary activities. Even the word secondary activities. There's the primary one, Bwana, the construction of the class. So that is the story that I wanted to share with you today, because as I speak and as I left that community, believe me or you not, Judy opened her second Kibandaski. And keep in mind, because I didn't know then, but I later found out that she was a divorced woman with 3 kids. So you can imagine, as African, when someone is divorced, you kind of lose purpose of life because you live with nothing, just your kids and hope. So that is my story, and it really inspired me. And as I conclude, I want to leave you with this, that they say the illiterate of the 21st century is not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I repeat, the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So, thank you, CorpsAfrica, for giving me the opportunity to learn and unlearn and relearn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Let us appreciate our volunteers better. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still receiving our guests. Our new addition, we have the Rakanithi Innovation CBO. And we are privileged to have the office of the Deputy President. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that we have been waiting for. So allow me to invite my boss, my mom, Daktari Patricia Kingori Mugendi. Karibu sana.
Before I welcome, sorry, now my voice is getting closer to Elwin's, having this persistent sore throat. But before I welcome our guests, there's 2 categories of people I'd like to acknowledge. Anybody here, any guest here who is from the communities where our volunteers served, please just stand where you are. Just give them the microphone. I just want them to say the connection to the volunteers. Just your name and the connection.
Hello, everyone. I'm Felix Onyango. I'm the programs manager for Innovate Africa. We work mostly in Narok County with the primary schools. And I've been privileged for almost a year now to work closely with my friend here who has been in Narok. And
Raphael.
And Raphael Kibuva. And he actually got so close to me, and by the time I was meeting him, he had met the community members that we work with. Remember Titus? That was also one of the community agents that we were working with. I think your project was around reforestation at that time, And you did a lot of work in Narok County for that purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Winfred McKenna. I come from Meru. I am the host mother to Delphine Gasore.
Gasore, stand up. That's our other exchange volunteer. So his host mother came now that his mother, the parents and relatives are very far away. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. We have worked with Gasore very well. He has been so good to us. We are going to miss him. Thank you, CorpsAfrica, for giving us a son. May God bless you and to you well.
Thank you.
How are you, everyone? My name is Miriam Budhoni from Tharaka Invention Sacco CBO. As you can hear the word Tharaka, I come from the great county of Tharaka Nithi County. First and foremost, I would like to thank Samuel Mailu, because he's the one, first of all, who I met in just a remote estate of this Nairobi. And he was so excited. We met, we talked like a mother and a son. And then he said, oh, I would like you to meet our team, that is CorpsAfrica. And then he invited me through Claire. I went to their office, and from that day, we became a family. What I would like to say, I would like to thank Gladys, Utemi, Felix, Bahati, Brian, and the rest. First, let me say something about these volunteers. When I met Gladys and Felix, it was not just like young people from university. I listened to them, I learned to them until I incorporated them in my CBO. Because whenever we could be having any activity with our CBO, I would invite Felix and Gladys to help my women to learn. And they taught them so many things when it comes to women and economic value. The other thing I would like to say is something that CorpsAfrica has taught me. I would like to say thank you so much, because if I not thank you today, there is no way I will be thanking you when other partners are not here. Thank you so much, CorpsAfrica, because they came up with a very different model that I've never seen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kwa majina naitwa Francis Kenyatta, nimetoka Embu County. Ni mimi nilikuwa babake Erwin. Na alikuwa mtoto mzuri, amefunja more than 800 people. Kutengeneza sabuni, kutengeneza kila kitu, hata mandawa. Hata watu huko wanamulilia. Vile ningesema ni asante kwa CorpsAfrica, na mkipata wengine tuleteeni. Na ile mradi tumeanza inaendelea so far, ishagi yetu tumesaga almost 20,000 plus. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much. That's impact. Actually, in Gasore's community, uko Tharaka, they were trying to lure him to stay on by offering a wife with 10 years warranty. I didn't know wives also come with warranty. The other group of people I'd like to acknowledge are the staff members of CorpsAfrica. I may be the one standing here, but behind me is a powerful army of men and women who help to bring all this together. So I'd like our staff members to please stand up wherever you are. Mutoe sauti kama ile ya serikali, mujiintroduce, hakuna masaa ya kuzungusha microphone. We toa tu sauti, hata wewe Manu uko nyuma, sauti leo itoke. Just state your name and what you do. We didn't hear who you are. There is one more, or two more. And the one with the camera. So that's the great team behind the office. So now, the time has come for me to introduce our guest of honor for this day. She shares a name with me, like me. She's also a Patricia, but Patricia Macau, Projects Implementation Manager, who is actually at VSO, specifically looking at active citizenship through inclusive volunteering and empowerment, or what they call acronym ACTIVE. So Patricia provides technical leadership to the management and implementation of integrated programs that uses volunteering for development approach to ensure citizens are empowered to demand for quality inclusive service and service providers are accountable. She works closely with a team of staff and volunteers to ensure high quality design and impact of projects across inclusive, that include education, health, and livelihood. She actively contributes towards realization of VSO strategic goals in Kenya. Patricia has a wealth of experience in championing for the development agenda around gender and disability inclusion, uptake of the global standards of volunteering, social accountability and good governance, women's and children's rights, and has managed projects around the same thematic areas. Patricia has a good understanding and expertise on volunteering for development methodology and champions this across projects in Kenya. She is a key member of the VIO networks in Kenya, and through her leadership, volunteering is being embraced in different counties where they support 3 counties to develop volunteering policies that reflect a globally accepted standard. She has Masters of Arts degree in Development Studies, focusing on poverty studies and policy analysis from the International Institute of Social Studies of Erasmus, unajua mukiweka ara na ero iko shida kidogo, kwa hivyo munisamehe, Erasmus University in Netherlands. So join me, let's put our hands together to welcome Patricia Macau. Karibu sana.
Wow, that's a wealth of introduction. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Is it audible? Thank you so much, and I'm privileged to be a part of this congregation that is here. When I look at the room, I can see it's full of people who are really appreciating what is going on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed, good morning. I know it's morning, right? Habari zenu? Niaje? I can see so many young people here. Niaje? Or which is the other salams that we do? Rada? Rada, which one? Which other one? Gota. Gota, eh? All right, yes. So, first, Let me thank CorpsAfrica for organizing this prestigious, auspicious event, and particularly my namesake, Dr. Patricia Kingori, for inviting me to speak to you, and definitely the key stars, the heroes, the innovators, and the change makers, who are the volunteers that have brought us here today, the 28 volunteers. Can we clap for them? Yeah, thank you. I know I have been introduced, so at least you know who I am. I am Patricia Macau. I work for VSO. VSO is Voluntary Service Overseas, and we work in Kenya and other countries outside in Africa and Asia and South America. But here in Kenya, we work in more than 21 counties. So we share so many commonalities with CorpsAfrica, and I'm impressed actually with what CorpsAfrica has done within a very short period. Can you imagine? 1.5 years, and you can hear what impact this has made, right? Yeah, so let us clap for them actually. Let us clap for them. They've done really a good job. So as I was saying, we share so much with CorpsAfrica. For us, the vision is a fair world for everyone, and our purpose is to create lasting change through volunteering. So I am at home here because I work also with volunteers and young people and the most marginalized communities. So when I'm here, I am very much at home. So let me start. Let me start with acknowledging the work that you have done. It is a great pleasure to be here today and to celebrate, to acknowledge your efforts towards making a difference in the communities for the last 1 year. And as you transition from your volunteer service, I look forward to working and learning from you as you start your journey of creating an everlasting change in our society. Like we've heard here, there is a lot to learn from the volunteers, right? And they're starting a journey, so it's a privilege to be here and to be able to associate with these volunteers, the young people. So let me begin with a quote from Heather French, who is veteran defender. She said, "Volunteering is at the very core of being human. No one has ever made it through life without someone else's help." Do we agree? Yeah, this is at the very core of being a human. We can't make it in life without someone else's life. Nobody can lie to you that they can make it alone. So you are volunteers because you offered yourselves through your own free will to change the lives of different community members out of feelings of social responsibility and a desire to give back. I'm sure that is why you volunteered, right? Was anybody forced to become a volunteer for CorpsAfrica? I'm sure you had in yourself that push to serve a community, to give back, right? Yeah, so let us carry on with that spirit. So as I was saying, volunteer is a core value and a life skill, which is an element that we are seeing being appreciated and embraced more and more within our society. Is that true? Because even in our current CBC system, the education system, we are seeing them embracing this, right? And why? Because it is an opportunity to raise a generation that has values and ethics. And that is what we need. Volunteering teaches the young generation valuable skills while allowing them to contribute their time and energy to help worthy causes. Volunteerism also doesn't just offer benefits to nonprofits like CorpsAfrica or VSO and the communities like the ones that you worked in, but it also benefits the volunteers themselves. Can we attest to that? Have we seen the testimony here? The benefits that we are getting, and we can count them, so many of them. So yeah, and volunteering, with the benefit, we can say volunteering is linked to improved mental and physical health. It teaches valuable skills. It leads to gaining new knowledge in addition to strengthening communities. And that is why I will share a remark by Deanne Hollis. The heart of volunteering is never measured in size, but by the depth of commitment to make a difference in lives of others, right? Yeah, we can't measure in size. Can you measure in size what you've done? Never, right? It is that commitment that you put to changing the lives of others. Yeah, and it's very much rewarding. So, yeah, just like yourselves, I also have a journey in the volunteering and community development world. I remember when I finished high school so many years back, so many years back, yes, and waiting to join the university. Me and my two friends, we decided instead, because we had a window of, I think, 9 months before we joined university, and we said, why can't we do something for the community? And this is the drive I was talking about, and we decided, let us go and volunteer in children's home in Kitengela. That time, it's called Kenya Kids. It's still there. And for us, we would walk all the way from Athi River to Kitengela to just go and have spend time with the children and also help them with studies. We would teach them mathematics and English, all those subjects. And it was quite fulfilling. And out of that, I'm sure we sowed a seed, and also for ourselves, we gained, because I gained skills that I would never have gained if I stayed at home doing nothing, right? So even with volunteerism, it shows who you are. You take self-initiative. And this world needs people who can take self-initiative. People who just don't sit and wait for others to create jobs for them, for instance, or opportunities for them. They go out and seek for those opportunities. And already, from listening to what the volunteers were sharing, I have no doubt the caliber of people that we have. And just imagine, with the volunteering experience that you have, what a formidable force do we have in these volunteers, right? Yeah, so also currently, I was talking about my journey. Currently, I am a member of a network, or a group of NGOs, a partnership, a movement, if I may call, that we volunteer our technical skills to help advocate for eradication of child marriage. And this is, so imagine, there are so many opportunities for us to volunteer. So don't think this is the end of you in volunteering. There are so many opportunities. And currently with technology, you can become also a virtual volunteer, right? Yes, so I'm doing that. Even within my community, we have a women's group. I'm a chair of that women's group. So that means volunteering my time, my passion, and my experiences. So those are opportunities that are there. So look out for them, they are there. And also at the policy level, I am part of a team of technical specialists who have volunteered to review the volunteering policy, the national volunteering policy. Because like I said, the society is appreciating volunteering more and more. And yeah, that is why there's need to also have a policy that will ensure that global standards are adhered to. So for me, I think global volunteering standards, because I know this is what will standardize and will help people to use the volunteering approach in a more effective manner. So that is what I do, and those are just a few examples of my volunteering and community development journey. And I had written here, I can't wait to hear yours, but I have heard your journeys, and I'm so proud. I'm really proudly associated with you. So this close of service event marks a beginning of a new chapter in your life. It is a chance that the universe, through CorpsAfrica, has given you to decide what change you want to live in this world. Do we agree? Yeah, this is a chance, and through CorpsAfrica, it has given the universe, somehow it was you who were chosen to be part of this program. So you have a privilege over so many other people. So you have a chance to decide, what change do I want to make? Or do you want to leave the people you interact with, the community you interact with, the same way you found them? I don't think so, right? So use the experiences. I've heard of you talk about so many experiences that you've gone through, the skills, the resilience, right, that you've gained, the passion, compassion, empathy. There are those soft skills that you wouldn't gain from any class. And I heard several people talk about that. And it is the truth. And you can attest to that, right? Yeah, there are skills that you can't get from a classroom. But this opportunity gave you that. And use that, use the skills, use the strengthened volunteering spirit in you to make a difference. I always say, once you are a volunteer, you are always a volunteer. So this is just the beginning. And find your unique role in this world, and there is where you will find employment, job, and purpose. I was listening and I could hear the young people pitch, right? Yeah, pitch to the participants here, the development partners, or whoever could listen. Yes, I think that is good. And I could see the development partners, anybody who is here, I'm so sure they are already thinking of taking your contacts, connecting with you and seeing how they can work with you. But remember, it is that drive, that purpose. When you find your purpose, which I think the volunteering experience has helped you do, it is that will help you find an employment or a job. And yeah, because when you do this kind of things, somehow the universe, right? The universe conspires to bring the employment, the job, the purpose to your doorsteps. And also remember, where do we get jobs? It is through the challenges, right? The problems that are in this the youth, being youthful. You are, I think when you look at the demographic bulge, the youth is at the demographic bulge. You're there, the populace in the society. So take advantage of that. Also leverage on technology, because we are in a digital world. What can you do with that technology? And all your unique contributions to volunteering world are relevant. Remember that all your unique contributions to the volunteering world are relevant. And our very own 2004 Nobel Peace Laureate, the late Wangari Maathai, once said, "It is the little things that we do that make a difference." My little thing is planting trees. For her, that was that. For me, my little thing is making a difference even in one person in life. What is your little thing? Remember, by the time you're getting out of here, or even as you go, just ask yourself, what is your little thing? All right? Yeah, and that ends my remarks. And I would say congratulations to the 28 of you. It is a beginning of a beautiful journey. I can't wait to hear your testimonials, even 5 years, 10 years to come, because I'm sure I will meet you in places that you wouldn't have imagined. Today, I met people out here, and they tell me, yes, I was a volunteer, like 20 years back, and at that time, someone is holding very high positions in the society. So this is it's a beginning of a very, very beautiful journey. I'm not worried that you will not get jobs or anything to do. I am very, very confident, having seen who you are and what you are capable of doing. I'm very proudly associated with you, and I hope we will continue with this journey over the years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. I will request Stella Kidera to appreciate her.
Thank you very much, Betty. I was the one who was rapping in the video there. You don't know how fast you speak until you hear yourself in a recording. So we'd just like to appreciate you, Madam Patricia. Thank you so much for the words of encouragement that you've given unto us. And we have heard you, and we will take whatever you've told us to heart, and we will make you proud. And we are also looking forward to meet you 5 years down the line for you to see the progress that we would have made. So I want us to give Madam Patricia 5 factorials, okay? So we shall start. 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stella. Now, the truth moment is here. Many of the speakers Okay, so thank you so much, Madam Patricia Macau. I feel a bit proud because Macau is from the Wakanesa community. And I'm also from the Wakanesa community. So I will allow Madam Patricia.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate our guest a little further. So I'd like to ask our director, Sam Makome, to just come up and appreciate our guest. Please come here. maybe you want to go up on stage so that we can see this, and I'll just give, yes, thank you.
Just to say thank you very much. It's good to have a guest who not only knows it, but has also done it in practice. So thank you very much for your practical words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. Now, we are about to transition. I want to welcome Mr. Samuel Kibebe, the Alumni Coordinator. Welcome.
Our guest of honor, our distinguished guests, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's already afternoon. Oh, tell me, this is really moving, but I'm really impressed. And as you have heard, I am the alumni coordinator. I've heard people talking of, you wanna hear the beautiful stories 5 years down the line. And as I was seated down there, I was just thinking the kind of expectations. And it took me back to what our mom is always saying, that she gave birth to 14 of us. After we matured, she told us off. She gave birth to 28, she's telling them off. And I was like, are you sure you are telling them off or you are giving them to your firstborn? So we are really proud of you that you continue giving us more brothers and more sisters. Allow me to just go through my short speech as we induct our newly alumni to the Alumni Association. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a very important day for us as CorpsAfrica and also as an alumni association. First, allow me to congratulate these amazing and dedicated soldiers of social positive impact. They started this journey. They were deployed to the communities, young, ambitious, and with dreams. Today, after 11 months, we see the transformation, the change, and people ready to take up bigger responsibility in our country and our continent, Africa. As an association, we are committed to ensure that we amplify their impact. One, through supporting them in the various ways and channels of growth. We are committed to their personal and professional growth. And to start with, we have two amazing programs. We have our incubator programs because we believe that these people are job creators. And I want to actually make a request. We support these people to start small initiatives, small businesses, that they grow them to become bigger. But the amazing thing is this. Some of them have the businesses, and this is my request. Looking around, we have organizations, right? True or not true? You have your branded t-shirts. True or not true? You have your branded booklets, and all the items. True or not true? Tafadhalini. We have these people who are talking here with small businesses offering these services and these products. It will be much grateful to see that you are inviting us to provide these services, these products to you. So my request is this. Actually, wametuma kwa Africa, and we have said, as the organization, tutawashikilia mkono. You, as you come here to support our alumni, I request that as we support them, you can give them these opportunities so that we uphold them and give them the opportunity. The other opportunity that give to our alumni, it's the matching scholarship. Because we believe that these people can continue gaining more skills to help them amplify their impact. And as an association, we are proud to say that we will continue supporting them, holding their hands as they continue advancing their academic journeys. Ladies and gentlemen, last year we had 12 of us having such an event. And I'm happy to report 90% of the alumni are currently in job placements, whether it's permanent or temporary. Maybe you could be asking, what about the 10%? Right? But trust me, these people, they cannot just stay, because the 1%, amazingly, they are establishing their own organizations and foundations. That's how amazing and transformative the CorpsAfrica service is. So, without further ado, I'll request that all our volunteers to step back so that they just march, because this is the moment. This is the moment. From now, nikishuka hapa hivi, they will, though our guest of honor said, once a volunteer is always a volunteer. But now, after this event, we want to induct them to the Alumni Association. So, tafadhalini, to all our volunteers, I'd like us to start planning ourselves so that we come forward. As they plan themselves, let us give them a clap. And as they plan themselves, wakikuja, you know, we usually, we have been taught to say men and women of truth, sindio? Tafadhali, to our development partners, aki sijui mtaweza pata mtu mwingine wapi, a young, ambitious, disciplined, skilled personnel kama si hapa ndani. Imagine mtu ametumwa Tharaka Nithi, tuko Nairobi, anatuma report, anafanya kazi, hana supervisor. So ukipea hawa watu kazi, hata stress kama boss hautakuwa nayo. Wewe unagoja tu reports. So I extend that request to you. Give us the opportunities to amplify the voice, the impact, and the change we want to see in Africa. So I'll request all of us now to stand up, congratulate, applaud, and clap as we now welcome our volunteers to the induction day. So makofi tafadhali. We continue clapping. Karibusi ni sana. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. We are indeed grateful for the service that we have given. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. As you march forward, mnaona hadi wanajua kumarch. Kwa hivyo hutahitaji scouts ukiwapea kazi. You see how amazing that is? So now I request our country director, wakiingia walipatiwa ile bendera pale nyuma, wakaambiwa tuma with the flag of CorpsAfrica. Go make CorpsAfrica proud. Leo amesema, simamu umetuambia tutoke, wacha turudishe vitu. Wacha turudishe. So I'd request our country director, Dr. Patricia, to step forward and receive the CorpsAfrica flag, and maybe we'll hand it over to the next cohort. So Tafadhali, Mr. Raphael, still I request you to step forward and give the flag back to the country director.
And to us, you gave us the flag to serve the communities. We have served the communities with diligence, professionalism. We have upheld CorpsAfrica ethics. And we say thank you. And to G3, we say take this flag, uphold it up, as we say in the military. You either come wrapped in the flag or you raise it up high. And as I give it unto you, pass this message. G2 did it. They are going to do it.
Congratulations, Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. Congratulations, 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 congratulations. We are very proud of you. Congratulations. So,
to the new alumni, I'm so proud of you. You have no idea just how proud I am of you and how confident that each of you, when you go out there, you will make a big difference in our nation and in our continent. And for sure, I will hand this over. I haven't given birth yet, I am still waiting. I am 2 weeks to being due. And I will hand this over at the right time. But as you go out there, Roosevelt said, we cannot necessarily make the future for the youth, but we can make the youth ready for the future. And nimesikia serikali iko kwa nyumba. Na serikali ikiwa kwa nyumba, lazima tunachukua a little bit of that opportunity. One of our CCs here, alikuwa mkali sana when we went to knock at his door, because you always have to get the permission of the county commissioner. And I hear the office of the deputy president is here. There is only one solution to our youth, and they are 70% in our nation. And that is to keep them occupied with things that will bring a positive impact in our nation. These young men and women, they are all graduates. Hakuna mtu hapa hana degree yake. These are all young men and women who are learned. And we were told being uneducated is not inability to read and write. It is if you are illiterate, if you cannot learn and relearn. They have learned and relearned. I can assure you without a shadow of doubt, they'll never be the same. And these people will never be a problem in our nation. They will be the people creating jobs and doing jobs and transforming people back in their home counties. It is a very simple model. It is so simple, we say we are an NGO about nothing and everything, because we do everything, and we are only attached to what the community wants to make that transformation. So congratulations, I love you guys so much, and I know you'll do great exploits in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, on behalf of the entire CorpsAfrica Kenya Alumni Association, I formally admit you to the association and welcome you warmly to the family. Ma'am, tumekubali watoto wajiunge na sisi. Thank you very much. And now, they have a presentation. Niliwaambia ni whole package. Ukipata huyu, umwajiri, entertainment bado unapata kwa organization. So they have a presentation, so I give it to them. Karibuni.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now she has said she's now an alumni. So I cannot give commands like the way I used to do in training. All right, so our next session is actually the issuance of certificate. I would like to call Daktari.
I think we'd better go up on stage. If we can get a few young alumni to help us just take this up on stage. Thank you. So we've reached that part where we need to give our volunteers their certificates. So briefly, because you may not be able to, sorry. So we are giving them several certificates. The first certificate is a certificate of completion, certifying that they've completed their 1 year of volunteerism and facilitation of a community-led project through CorpsAfrica. The second one is a certificate of recognition for the data collection and community facilitations through our monitoring and evaluation. And the third is a project management certificate, because each and every one of them did a project and facilitated in the designing and the implementation of that project. And finally, we'll give them a picture to constantly remember their cohort and the journey that they walked together. By the way, they also marry. It's not, we have had alumni getting married in CorpsAfrica. Beautiful marriage. I'm looking forward. So I would like to first ask, I know you told me you're no longer CC, but I'd like you to come up here. This gentleman alituangalia na macho mbili kujua kama sisi ni watu authentic ama ni briefcase, and si mnajua briefcase NGO. Maybe you can say a word or two about what your experience was.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Director, our board members, all partners of CorpsAfrica, our graduates for today, and all invited guests. Hamjambo. Mi naitwa Joseph Kanyere, na wakati CorpsAfrica walikuja kule Laikipia nikiwa county commissioner, mwanzo niliwauliza nyinyi ni NGO ama ni Mongo? Kuna zingine zinaitwa Mongo, my own NGO. It's all about me, I, myself, and when donor money comes to help our country, everything is taken the wrong direction. We've had NGOs, civil societies, let me use quotes, come up and say, we'll do this for the community, we'll do that, we'll help you market your produce, grow cabbages, keep chicken, and it doesn't work, and people end up being exploited, and they ask, Serekari, mlikuwa wapi? I only realized I'm becoming old. I wanted to jump over here. When our flag fell, ndio serikali isimame. Lakini nikifika hapa, there was another young gentleman alikimbia kuliko serikali. Huyu, na akainua bendera. So when we discussed with them about what they were coming to do in Laikipia, I realized it was something good for the community. I met the young graduates of today and realized they meant well for the community. We networked on where they were to serve, their personal security, the integration into the community, and I've read the booklet given to us today. They had positive impact. Wapigieni makofi! Makofi si moja, kofi ni singular, makofi ni pro. Moja, ingine. Currently working with National Counterterrorism Center. I head a branch called Protection and Resilience, and I'm happy the resilience you are building amongst the youth, and many of you, civil society, we see variable partners in you. If we don't engage the youth, chances are they will become vulnerable, they will be recruited, they will be radicalized, and when they come with those indoctrination, they can cause havoc to this country. The other day, I was in Ramu, Faza, following up on some youths who had joined Al-Shabaab. But, you know, they're just told, you'll get a job in Somalia, we'll take you to Saudi. You don't need your papers. Or they grab your papers and spoil them. They crossed over. Last week, there was an encounter in Somalia. 108 of the Al-Shabaab were killed. 4 of the youth that had joined from a village called Bwajumwari are no longer with us. They were killed in the contact. Out of the 108, that's a village. And there are many more as the bodies get sorted out. This is a noble cause, equipping them with skills that will take them to the next level in their lives and serving this country. You talked about patriotism. Hiyo hata kama madaktari wale wa kutibu watakuwa na sindano, watuwekelee sana wa Kenya, because we miss that. And we are always looking at what we can get from this country, not we can input into this country to make it a better place. Thank you so much, Madam, and your board, and all your partners. Maybe there's a discussion I'll also take to my director, Dr. Rosary Nyawera. We occasionally have a few things we do with organizations such as yours to help the youth. And the question I asked, are you in Garissa? Are you in Wajir? Are you in Mandera? Are you in Ramu? Because some of those are the most vulnerable counties. And one of the youth, such as those that we saw here, then would have impact and the multiply effect. Hiyo ni mzuri. Nilipitia NYS na nimeona mkimatch, mkifika huko, ndio nitoke tuendelee na hii sherehe ingine. Unaambiangwa, wewe peke yako, Kanyere peke yake, simama, at eyes, funga mguu, turnings to your left and fall out. Or you want to see the slow match?
Don't fall out. Don't fall out.
No, fall out because I have to leave the stage to the rest. Thank you so much.
No, sir. I was calling you so that you can help me in handing over some of these.
Oh, then this one, we do it slow match. And get me the certificates to appear again. I did this at NYS in 1989. It was a pre-university program we had. Thank you so much. Simunipigia makofi jamani.
So, as I call your name, ukimbia hapa kama mtu amepitia NYS and receive Brian Karani. Hakuna paparazi. Felix Bahati. He's actually done criminology, that young man. Stella Kidera. She's done psychology. Yves Gasore. Huyu ni mwalimu kutoka Rwanda. Kevin Odhiambo. Thank you.
I wrong with my daughter, Jeanette. She's also a graduate. To see what graduates her age are doing. She may not have a chance to say, but she's gone through the UN, and she's working with one of the organizations in Nairobi. May you start and wave. Thank you. I have two of these Gen Zs in the house.
Asante sana. I'd like to ask the National Director of Compassion International, Samuel Wabogo, to come. And by the way, niko na watoto wako wenye wanaingia cohort 3. Would like to say something else?
All right. Good afternoon, Board of Directors, and other partners, and all the invited guests, and the graduates. We are so grateful today to be part of the witnesses of what CorpsAfrica is doing. I'm from Compassion International, and I hear we have some of our very own here. Participants have already seen some of them, and I'm very excited. We are also big on youth development, and all the things you've said, sir, are really true. If we do not invest in the youth, then we are setting ourselves up as a nation for a big problem. And so we are very grateful that CorpsAfrica and other partners around this country are investing heavily in the area of youth development. And so I'm glad to also see some of my colleagues here. Thank you very much, Patricia. I've picked something. And maybe you can just remind your neighbor there, what is your little thing? I'm really going back with that. What is my little thing, my little contribution? There's something we do in Compassion called my 1 degree. What is that one thing that perhaps God called you to do and impact the societies? So thank you very much, and I'm really honored, and it's a great privilege to be here myself. Thank you. And we are partners, right? Yes. Great.
So Felix Oroaka is one of your children. Mtoto mwingine wako, Jane Wamaitha. That girl is an engineer. She repaired the whole road. Don't see her like that until she's small. Mtoto wako mwingine, James Waroe. Okay, Catherine. Yes, kuja mkue pamoja. Hawa watoto ni wenu. Na kuna Catherine mwingine, sijui ya msimamo leo iko pande gani. Kuja. Hawa watoto wamepitia Compassion, and this young man has done communications. Picha imeshikika? Okay. Don't go back. Herman Maina, another one. This one is a finance guru. Ata kuhesabu anajua. And this one is not yours, but Raphael Kevuva served a second year with this cohort. wote ni wetu. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. I don't know whether I will be seen as being a little bit biased, but before I call the next guest, I want to call the founder of Hope Corps, Bwana KK. Come and give out the next group of certificates we are giving out to our volunteers. We've worked with Hope Corps, especially in Tharaka Nithi. The project umesikia ya borehole, we've worked with them at the ground there. Just say hello briefly.
Greetings, everyone. I just want to make one comment, which is that my experience from hearing everything that have been shared by the leaders, by the participants, I'm touched by the level to which this program is helping young people discover, develop, and release what I call your higher self that really determines the level of our emotional intelligence, which is critical to our decision making. Really continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will call Franco Cricket. Hata huyu ni mwalimu, and we are actually doing a pilot program with him. He's chosen to go back and volunteer in West Pokot. So he's going to serve a second year. Charlene Mora. Charlene, I believe you've also done communication. Yes, that's a girl who can talk and communicate. And Betty Mutua, aka our MC for today, who's done agriculture. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Asante sana. We appreciate it. Yes. I'd like to call Mr. Rogers Odima. Sema maneno mawili.
Yes, I'm very happy to have been invited. Actually, in a way, I asked Dr. Claire Nyambati to actually invite me through you, of course, courtesy of you. I'm a founding chairman of the Chief Executive Officers Association of Kenya. And all of you, the 28, you are potential CEOs. You'll be, in a few years' time, they'll be taking your job. Yeah. So I just want to say that we'll see how we can partner with your CorpsAfrica to see how we can be part of training new people to be part of future CEOs, but also, of course, seeing how we can network. We have over about 200 CEOs. My association has over 200 CEOs, and we shall see how we can network with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Si mnaona milango inafunguka? Mumeona mwangaza mahali? Kuweni na maono. Peter Moenga. Huyu ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili. He speaks Swahili. I need an interpreter. Elwin Ruamuruanga. This one is a lawyer. If you guys never thought lawyers can volunteer, That's a whole lawyer. Viona Geha. I hear she has the longest CV. Iyo CV uchomoe. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor for Machakos University. His name is very similar to mine, Professor Mugendi. FYI, he's standing here officially, not because he's my husband.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. The beauties are blushed, but not very many people would have noticed. Just two things to those that are volunteering. Tomorrow belongs to those who plan for it today. That's an African proverb. And we've heard how you've been equipped to prepare yourselves for that future. And then there's another African proverb that speaks to vision, that those born on top of an anthill take a shorter time to mature. The resources and the efforts and the investments that have been made in you during this 1 year have given you a vantage point that is superior to anyone who did not enter this program like you did. So don't lose that, because that's going to give you a huge advantage in life. And congratulations once again.
Joseph Jogona. This guy has studied criminology, and I think on the side he studied dancing. Yeah. Charity Geshohi. Charity ulisomea statistics, MNE, data, ndio hiyo. Go that side. And Gladys Motemi, finance. Oh, community development. She actually mentioned it when she was here. Thank you.
I've been inspired by the county commissioner. He's also reminded me of our days. I'm sure Bona Makome and Catherine and others who've been there can remember. I'm not going to much. Just you can relax. But I also wanted to mention that one of our sons is here, also to see what kind of impact the training at CorpsAfrica has on the volunteers. So I'll ask Martin Mwenda just to raise and just wave. Thank you.
Siniliwaambia hata mimi niko na Gen Z. And finally, I want to call Dr. Claire. Say something.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Claire Nyambati, the CEO, Country Director of 410 Bridge. It comes from the Bible verse, 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 10, that talks about how each one of us has a gift, and we need to use that gift to administer God's grace to others, which is exactly what I've seen you doing for the youth. May God bless you as you do this work.
Anne Maina. Hapo tu. Oh, ndio niingie kwa photo, hata mimi sijapigwa picha. Last but not least, Priscilla Nganga. This girl is an IT guru na anatengenezaga ile tu robot tunatembeaga, usimuone hivyo. Thank you so much. Na kuna party bila keki. Kweli ama rongo? There is no party without a cake. So there is a beautiful cake here. Mnataka iwekwe wapi? Hapa juu ndio kila mtu aone. Haya, wenye nguvu vijana kimbieni. Not, yeah, carry the cake by itself. I would hate to see it fall. I would like to ask our directors to come up here. I'd like to ask the alumni to come up here. Tukate keki sio ugali. Come on up. This is your cake, man. I thought you'd be a little bit more enthused. Yes. As they are coming up here, I'd like to announce 2 things. Number 1, as we go for lunch, the volunteers have a setup at the back in those tents. They've put up pictures of their projects and what they've done. So please don't go for lunch before passing through and seeing exactly what they're doing. You'll be able to see 1 or 2 things that can actually, you can partner in. Number 2, as you're walking out, at the desk there where the lovely lady is, can she wave, called Nelly? You have the lunch vouchers. The only way you'll get a meal is if you pick one of those. So as you go out, pick a lunch voucher, look at what the volunteers are seeing, and then the dining room is to your right, upstairs, where the main dining hall is. Right. Kuja hapa, katikati. Na volunteers wakuje. Sijui mtaimba wimbo gani. Juu sio happy birthday. Muko na kawimbo, nimesikia mko na choir strong. Ama mtasema tu kata keki sio ugali. Kata keki sio ugali. Come here. Come some sio ugali. Kata keki sio ugali. Kata keki. Kata keki. Kata keki sio ugali. And then Ioni. Can we get big plates? Nelly, can we get the bigger cakes, plates, so that we can serve the guests? Yeah, just chop it up in pieces and then please serve the guests around. Please ask them to give us the bigger plates. They're easier. These ones, hizi ni kama za hawakuwa wanataka sana, tukule sana. These are mean ones. Okay, there is no DJ, so I don't know, you can continue entertaining us. Hii sauti yangu nikiendelea itaenda tu kabisa. Oh, I deeply apologize. I did not tell you the course that Anne had done. Kukimbia mbio. Hata sasa nitawacha ajipatilie CV yake.
Thank you. So I have a bachelor's degree in community development.
NGOs in the house. NGOs in the house.
kuwaka. Unajua hiyo wimbo? Unajua visa kuwaka, unajua kidogo. Visa kuwaka.
Kanyoke wenaka iyi ntangi iwacu ni Rwanda we naka u Rwanda rwa gihanga yiwe Kanyobwe kanyobwe we naka Kanyobwe abarugiye arira itwabivuganyeho bambe itwabigiye w'inama Kanyobwe kanyobwe we naka Kanyobwe abarugiye arira
Haya. Hi everyone, wageni wetu mko vipi? Haya, sasa hii ni dance ya Cohort 2. Tunakaribisha our guest of honor. Kila mtu njoo uweze kudance na sisi. Yeah. Yeah, tu dance kidogo kabla vote of thanks. Haya haya. So this is a Rwanda song. Wanasema ya kwamba hii ni wimbo kutoka Rwanda, basi tuko na ndugu yetu. Aha. Aha. So the song means enjoy unity, enjoy love in Rwanda. Today, ha. Today hapo chini moja, mbili. Ha. Ah. Ah. Hey. It's a wonderful moment. Ukisikia kudance jo. Sini majiensi. Sini majiensi, tuko na nguvu. Haha. Haya. Sasa inaonekana wanataka local, si ndio? DJ, tupe local moja. Tupe local. Mko tayari? Ushasikia wimbo? Aha! Tumeenda mpaka Kisii. Hey! Wakile buya. Hey! Hey! Kiongozi wa Compassion. Ai! Director mwenyewe. Kukaribu. Ai! Aha! Hey! Aha! Unafundishwa hapo. Ehe. Profesa! Mzee Profesa! Njoo! Njoo furahia na jinsi. Wapi makofi yake? Hey! Aha! Hii wimbo inamaanisha ya kwamba ni siku ya furaha, na kwa sababu ni siku ya Cohort 2 ambao ni Alumni, tunaomba mfurahie. Kama uweza mkaa kwa kiti, jisikie tu hapo tu polepole. Anaitwa the county commissioner. Hey, with the honor that we have given you. Tafadhali jo. Hey. Aha. Hey. Hey. Haya, asanteni sana. Wamesema ni time imefika na imeisha. Tuna hand over microphone again. Thank you so much guys. This was Cohort 2 for you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our partner and partnership and officer, Mr. Thomas Mogaka.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. Yeah, whatever has a beginning has an end, and we are almost nearing there. We are so grateful to God for the opportunity He gave us to be here this morning and this afternoon. We want to thank God so much because of what He has done in the lives of our volunteers who are now alumni. Hebu tumpige makofi. So before I forget, there is plenty of food. Please don't leave the food once we are through. Number two, as you heard, each alumni has a desk with what displaying what they've done over the last 11 months. Please ensure you go to those desks and encourage them. And then if you have a chance, an opportunity in your organization, or you know somebody who has an opportunity, please connect us. Please connect us. Even if it's in the future, tell us you have an opportunity, and we will refer our alumni to you. So God bless you for that. Our guest of honor, Madam Patricia Makau, we are so grateful. Ile speech si ilikuwa sawa? Tumpige makofi. To our board of directors, we are so grateful and honored to have you here. Tuwapige makofi. Our county commissioner, former county commissioner, tumpige makofi. And then I want to ask all CEOs who are here, if you are a CEO of an organization, please stand up. All CEOs. Yeah, please stand up. It's a great sacrifice to have a CEO of an organization leave their work and come and be with us and celebrate with us. Please, let's clap for them. We truly appreciate. And then now, as they are standing, let all the other partners, if you are an organization and you came to represent maybe someone or you came on your own, tafadhali simama. Yeah, so wacha tuwapige makofi wote masito. Mukienda, let's keep on communicating and interacting. I will be calling you for a breakfast very soon. Wacha, hii haitachukua time kama hii. Nikiwaita tafadhali mkuje. The next set is the parents wa wale alumni. If you are a parent and you are here, or you are even a friend who was invited, please stand so that we can recognize you. Thank you so much. You gave us very good youth. They are coming home even better. The other category are the alumni themselves. Alumni muko? Tusimame. Hebu tuwapigie makofi msito. Asante. Tukae. The CorpsAfrica staff tusimame. CorpsAfrica staff. Hao wamefanya kazi, tuwapigie makofi pia. We have the media team. Media team, tafadhali msimame. They've done a fantastic work, and they were streaming live. We were live. So tuwapige makofi tena. Lastly, there's one more. We really appreciate Boma for being very good partners with us, and we are grateful. I don't know if there is a representative of Boma around. Ama wako huko nje. Tuwapige makofi in absentia. Very last is our able MC. Waja simame tumpigie makofi. Ya, asante sana. May God bless you. Tafadhali msituachie chakula. Na tafadhali hakikisha umeongea na alumni. They are no longer volunteers. And God will bless you. Back to you, MC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mogaka. Ameomba tusiache chakula, kwa hivyo nita request Madam Irene Duta ambaye atatuombea tumalize. And then the other request is that the photo session will be outside. Thank you.
Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are very grateful for helping us to have such a wonderful close of service ceremony. We don't take it for granted. We know it has taken your hand. The grace and favor was upon us. Glory and honor back unto your holy name. Now as we go, we pray that you hold us upright and keep our vision admirable in everything we do. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you to everyone who has made this day a success, but mostly important, thank you to God. It has been a journey. It has been His hand that has carried us through. And so as we go out, I want to say thank you to God, thank you to CorpsAfrica, thank you to our parents and alumni. Thank you. I cannot be more proud than I am right now. Congratulations. Have a nice day. Thank you.